sensitive. Today we're due sentencing for online behaviour. That's a reminder to everyone that whether you're directly involved or whether you're remotely involved, you're culpable and you will be put before the courts if you've broken the law. Today we're due sentencing for online behaviour. Today we're due sentencing for online behaviour.
And my camera's not working. I was just a second ago. Oh, there it goes. All right, I think we're working towards something approximating a functional stream today. If I could get Charles in his chair. We've got a full house today in the background. So if you hear the sound of elder brother beating younger brother, or just Brad beating off, the lab is full, and it's been a busy morning, busy last few days. Brad is pulling his hair out. What's left of it? He doesn't have much on top, to tell the truth. It's probably akin to mine. If you look at it from the back, I'm looking at it right now, dude.
It's not that bad.
Yes, apologies for the lack of streaming, but you know what? The dog is tick-free today, or mild. I've had a couple. When I go to the bathroom, it gets me, and I had a twitch in the car too as I went to the hardware store this morning. And we're just trying to get things lined up in the lab. We're gearing up for next round of experimentation. So that's what we've kind of been focusing on. That's what people are, well, I don't know, lots of people have different reasons for coming here, Charles, and science is just one of them. I want to say it's my good looks, but that would just be dishonest advertising.
Well, at least you're aware of that.
Yes, well, you know, I've got some self-awareness, unlike others, so...
Yeah, I'm not using your picture for my dating app profile.
I should use Brad's. That one's smoking hot.
I don't know. I don't see it, but whatever.
I've heard the telephone going when he's uploaded. Apparently, the trick is to use video and voice. That's the magic combo. So not that I need those things at my advanced age, but Brad, being young and fancy free in land of the rising sun, you might as well dip your toes in the fresh Japanese water. Have those. Is it in Japan they do that, where the fish come and nibble the scales off your feet? I think it is, right? Well, anyway.
He says Thailand.
Thailand. Oh, okay. They all look the same to me. So.
Well, that's the first casual racism, but that won't be the last for this show.
No,
I pretty much guarantee.
It's loaded today, and we're gonna be. Oh, I wanted to cover some current vaccine stuff, just to sort of stay on top of things. We'll describe the experiment that we're setting up right now, and hopefully it will be in motion by the time I'm in motion to the US, and in that time as well, we hope to, well, I'm hoping Brad fixes all our network issues, which seem to be mounting by the, I won't say minute, but day by day there's something new. And I think Brad's going to be rebuilding a lot of stuff. So, well, I'm glad he's here.
I think he just remotely caused all these problems. So justification to get here.
Yeah. Maybe. All right, enough of the turbulence in Japan. What about the turbulence in the US, Charles? As I was saying to you just prior to, I'm sort of conscious of streaming into the whirlpool that is the psychological warfare that is taking place on the American people right now, and it looks intense every time I open a browser.
Yeah, the cup is runneth over continuously at this moment.
And we will be looking at, it was put in the Discord this morning, and I watched it, and I was like, holy shit. We'll be looking at Stu Peters, and he did an interview with Edward G. Griffin, his name is, and God, I read that book when I went to the US, Charles, in 2000, just after 9/11. What was that? 2002, right?
Hi.
Yes. And as I, just as a young man stepping into post 9/11 United States, there was still, I don't know, there was like, I wish I'd got to the US a few years earlier, because I was very much caught up in this the argumentation around the Constitution, the inherent perceived I think they are true, but the rampant overreach of federal government versus state. And it was, I want to say I stepped into the libertarian camp very hard, not very hard, but I was having a lot of dialogue with a very good friend of mine who is a avid constitutionalist, and let's just say a free market purist. And yeah, it was a different line of reasoning to me to the sort of socialist type systems in which I'd grown up in, which was very European centric. And I didn't buy I remember it being on one of those old style websites. And I remember like reading through it, and there was a couple of points that stuck out for me back then, which is the income tax in the United States wasn't around, or it emerged in the First World War and was supposed to be a temporary tax to feed the cost of the war in the First World War, and it was a penny on the dollar, I think, something like that, very, very minimal amount. And then this argumentation that taxes, federal taxes, sort of out of control. And then I sort of stepped into that world of, well, what was the Federal Reserve? And well, you find out that it was it's not federal at all. It's a private bank, and there's this very convoluted, opaque mechanism for them generating money for the populace, and there's a predator class that's been sucking on it ever since. So well over 100 years now. And
well, speaking of sucking, someone says in Thailand, ladyboys nibble not fish and not on your feet.
Oh yes,
So-
well.
Anyway, I digress.
Yeah, we've doxed Simon, and yes, by calling him by his slave name here.
Yeah.
Yes, apologies, Simon Phoenix. Your tax evasion is more than welcome here. We recognise that taxation is theft, and the federal government are the biggest gangsters out there. So I think that sort of it's going to sort of lead us into some of the things that we want to sort of play today. And I think you have to sort of keep them in mind as election season is sort of firing not just both barrels. Like, what are those guns they have on the ships, dude, that shoot at missiles? Phalanx? Gatling gun?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. As they're firing anything and everything that ideologically possessed. And perhaps the recurrent theme is what's collectivism, communitarianism versus the rights of the individual. And we'll perhaps give some commentary, or perhaps just watch, because parts I was watching was just more intense and throwing out more casual racism than your average jihad science show. So Folks, you're going to strap in for that one. All right. Let's see. He says, central banking, like the origins of communism and deliberately obscured topics, real rabbit holes. Yeah, you can spend lifetimes going down them, much like science rabbit holes and stupid ones like nanobots.
Well, in my MBA program, I had an entire course devoted to the Fed, and it was taught by a former vice president of the Dallas Fed. And so for 8 weeks, that was all, an entire class just about the convoluted nature of it. And
wait, so there's state Federal Reserves?
Yeah, the Federal Reserve is, there's 12 regional banks, basically.
Oh, okay.
There's one in Dallas, one in St. Louis, and 10 other places. And the heads of those sit on the board of governors for the Federal Reserve. And then one of them, they take turns being in charge of the overall. Well, it's more complicated than that, but it's a convoluted system in multiple levels.
I don't know how true this is, but I sort of remember reading at the time that we should just fact check this because I'm probably making a. But like the people that there were individuals who were against the Federal Reserve being set up, and I want to say that they were on the Titanic, most of them, and they all went down with the Titanic.
Yes, there is some truth to that.
There is, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't remember all the names. I think like John Jacob Astor and one or two others. But there were people on there who were opposed to the plan, and
well, who was it who said, I care not who writes the laws if I control the money? Wasn't that Rothschild, one of the Rothschilds?
I don't remember.
Some Jew. Some Jew, part of the Central Planning Management Committee. All right, so let's dive into the stream and then try and press through it because we've still got lots to do today, and I want to enjoy not being ticked out today, which is nice. I woke up fresh as a daisy today. It's nice.
Not ticked off.
Or ticked off, yes. Yeah. The missus has been ticked off, but yeah. All right. Enough of me missus, though. So let's do this. Switch over to the main screen and oh no, I wanted this one. An old one, but a classic. Look at me. We're the science now, and we'll take a look just at the science that is running in a second. Of course, please bookmark McCairnDojo.com. There you can follow everything, and you can support the stream by hitting that big blue Hypno button. There are various other payment processing. If you want to slip a few shekels to Commander Rixie to help him pay for those intense haircuts he goes for every week.
Every 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
That's only 1,200 yen.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Just I buy a pair of clippers.
It's $8. The same haircut costs $33 in the U.S. now.
What the fuck?
So yeah, it's literally 4 times as much.
No shit.
Not including tip.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Wow. Well, cost of living, I suppose. Yes. So all the links are there. You can watch the stream there, of course, if that's running. Yes, it is. Shout out to the Bleak for keeping that up and running. I want to apologise. Webmaster for Synaptic Labs has let it expire, and that's not the Blick. We're trying to get that back, but I don't control the domain for that one. I delegated it, and it's the domain has expired right now, so we're trying to get that back. Lots of things that are just it's like whack-a-mole. Let's see. You can join the Discord, Gilded, get an email if you'd like to know when we go live, as we are a little sporadic at the moment. I'm still barred from ResearchGate, so if you want to find the science that I have done, PubMed is a good place to go. Charles is still on ResearchGate, and yes, if you want to follow his work, you can go there. And I was complaining to the wife this morning. I was like, I've had that account for bloody 15 years, right? And I don't know, people complain about ResearchGate, and it's not, well, whoever owns it, is it Chan? What's it called? Chan Zuckerberg?
Yeah.
I think, but they own everything. all those corporations. That's something we might touch on today if we plow through that interview and can restrain from commenting. But there was an important bit about corporations that I want to get to. But yes, what about psychological warfare or just full-on warfare? Because in the last week, as well, what looked like collapsing fronts in Ukraine, and I would say should be a war that should be they should be negotiating peace terms at this point, not pulling cripples off the street, sending them to be droned to death. But the Russians have been flexing, sir. Let's see. Launches of Yars and Beluga ICBMs. Let's have a look. I always like watching these missile launches, but does this work? No sound? All right, I presume there's no sound, but yes, it won't full screen. But Russia has flexed its, what do they call this? Strategic defenses, right?
Yes.
So they did a land-based launch and also a sea-based launch. Now, why look at this? I would just say it's important to remember both sides do this. I want to say, though, I've got memories of the submarine. What do we call the? Not Trident. Is it Trident?
The Trident is the missile.
Yeah. So didn't that fail? The last one they did. Yeah. Let me just check. I want to say that.
That doesn't sound familiar, but
yeah, Trident failure launch.
Must be a British thing.
It might have been. Yeah. Yes.
They failed at a lot of things.
The United Kingdom's Trident II D5 missile failed to launch successfully on January 30th, 2024, when the first stage boosters failed to ignite and the missile fell into the ocean. Is there video of that?
How shocking.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Let's just bring that up here, and then we'll look at the Pappy Putin's embarrassment for MOD. All right. Play.
Fails for the second time in a row. Sweet.
Oh, no shit.
This is what the Royal Navy would have been hoping for. A successful underwater test fire by one of its nuclear deterrent submarines back in 2012. Instead, last month, a Trident missile misfired and crashed into the ocean off the coast of Florida. A major embarrassment that raises serious security questions. The Ministry of Defence blamed an anomaly during the drill and insisted Trident remains safe, secure and effective. A spokesperson said, "As a matter of national security, we cannot provide further information on this. However, we are confident that the anomaly was event-specific and therefore there are no implications for the reliability of the wider Trident missile systems and stockpile." The Defence Secretary, Grant Shapps, was reportedly on board HMS Vanguard during the drill, along with the head of the Navy. A source told the Sun newspaper the Trident II missile left the submarine, but it just went plop right next to them. With global security tensions running high, the failure will doubtless be watched with keen interest.
Well, that's what
by
I just
enemies
look for every morning.
and
So
concern by the
Yeah,
UK's
get through in the
friends.
toilet.
It follows a previous misfire 8 years ago. Keeping one of the Navy's 4 nuclear-armed submarines continuously at sea is the cornerstone of Britain's defences. A top-secret mission that cannot afford to show any sign of weakness.
Well, too late.
yeah. Well.
How embarrassing.
Yes.
Basically, North Korea has a similar success rate with its missiles. So, good going, Brits.
Yeah. Well, you know what I think about at this point, Johnny, Gaslighting Gilligan, Operation, what does he call it? Yellow Jacket or Yellow Jacket Hammer, something like that, where there was supposed to be failures or events around Britain's nuclear submarines, and I just wonder if that was part of it. Paul says it was a number 2 captain's log. Yes.
Fuck. Well played. Played. We also just got another donation.
Oh,
$20
awesome.
from Woodkeith. Glad to see you're back in action. Hope you're healing up. Feed the coon.
Yes, like I say, this is one of the. Well, it's been tailing off since the peak, and I've had good days and bad days, and today's been a good day. It's all the beer I drank with Brad yesterday. I didn't even drink that much. How much did you drink? 8 cans.
The Blick can put down
Yeah.
the
can
barley and
smash those
hops.
cans.
Yeah.
And they're not little Japanese cans either. They're 500 mils.
Tall boys. he was throwing them down.
Headbutting the cans flat on the table like a bogan that he is. Right. Let's look at Russia's nuclear launch.
I bet it doesn't fail.
View in Telegram. All right. Yeah, put it here. There's their sea-launched one. There's work. It didn't go plop.
Yeah.
Let's see. Brand says, Doc, look up on the incident when UK Royal Navy fixed one of their submarines' broken bolts with super glue. It was hilarious. I mean, look, Loctite, man, can save your ass. I don't know about the sheer strength of it, but all right, I'll have a look. Royal Navy fixes bolt on the nuclear missiles, by chance. Royal Navy fixes bolt with super glue. And the Royal Navy discovered that civilian staff at Babcock, a UK defence contractor, had used superglue to fix broken bolts on the reactor chamber.
That isn't a relevant piece of the story.
Yeah, I think Johnny might be. He might have called it, and they're how should we say? Incompetence. Oh no, is that incompetence? No, can't get free. Royal Navy investigation. Broken bolts on HMS Vanguard's reactor chamber were stuck on it. The Royal Navy has ordered an urgent investigation with claims that workers on a Trident nuclear-armed submarine fixed broken bolts in the vessel's reactor chamber using glue. The faulty repairs on cooling pipes HMS Vanguard were found after one of the bolts fell off during the bolt heads originally came off due to over-tightening, but rather than replacing the damaged shafts, staff at the defence contractor Babcock implemented a quick fix and glued them back on. Engineers of the contractor reported it as
Amazing.
a procedural glitch. A Navy source told in this paper, it's a disgrace. You can't cut corners with nuclear. Standards are standards.
But you can't cut corners, but you can glue them.
Yes, apparently. Haven't I heard of torque wrenches on nuclear reactors? You kind of hope so that they were dialing them in, but apparently not the case. I want to say that was a DEI hire.
Yes. I think that's a lesson we should take from this.
Right.
Also, that super glue really does work, though.
Well, what would I use it for? Sort of thread locking, right? And so that they don't rattle loose. But like sticking the head of the bolt back on. I mean, what were they thinking? That they'd just come back and repair it later? Just pass inspection. Just glue that back on. We'll tap it out afterwards.
I don't know. Well, I mean, no, I won't say that. Anyway,
Just having digs at Royal Navy today.
yeah, I was going to make trans jokes, but anyway.
Yeah, your Navy's full of them as well. It's both sides. All right, let's do some vaccine stuff, and then we'll get to the the full-on casual racism for today. All right, so this from Aussie17. Well, I'll let the clip speak for itself. But apparently,
us
for
as
athletes,
it
young
certainly is
athletes
concerning.
collapsed.
It's concerning to us as physicians, as parents, as teachers and coaches.
Dr. English Flack has made studying the finest details of the human heart her life's work. But she doesn't need any diagnostic tool to spot a troubling trend.
When you hear that 4 teenage runners have died in our area in the last 6 months, what alarm bells start going off for you?
Well, number one, in seeing what we've seen in the state of Tennessee, our questions in the past couple of days have been, is this unique to us, or is this what is also being seen at other centers?
As the medical community gathers information and waits on specific causes of death for the 4 teenage runners, what they do know, each young athlete was running when their heart suddenly stopped.
So it can look like different things when it happens, and then on the other side of it, it can be very hard to distinguish what the cause was.
What is certain is the concern this is raising. People asking what is happening and how to protect their young athletes with everything on the table.
There have been questions raised about the COVID vaccine and the impact on the heart, and if that is manifesting in young athletes.
Yeah, just use super glue.
Is that a question?
Oh, touche, bro.
Sorry. Really?
Yeah.
For medical use?
Yeah, so it was meant as it was invented, I want to say during the Vietnam War, as a
Like a quick clot type?
battlefield trauma sealing wound.
Wow.
Yeah, it's why, if you touch your fingers with it,
They stick together.
they instantly bond.
Wow.
So they still use it in surgery now, as suture-free.
Yeah. Your mic is off.
Sorry. Yeah. So I was just saying that super glue was invented, I want to say, Vietnam War, and it was meant for battlefield trauma and being able to suture and close wounds very quickly.
Well, look at that. So my little dig was actually even more appropriate than I thought.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. So
Anyway, yeah, I can't imagine. So I had 2 of my best friends in high school ran cross country, and basically
are they dead yet?
no.
Oh.
Well, at least well, actually I don't know, but back then when they were running cross country just means it's like track meets, but you're doing like 3 to 5 miles is the typical distance, and I don't recall in my high school career any health issues from any of those female runners, which is weird, because apparently in Australia they've had 4 this year or something.
Is this Australia or this was the US though, right?
Well,
This is well.
well, it's Aussie 17. I don't know.
Yeah, I want to say this was in the US.
Oh well, then yeah. I mean, either way, it won't be shocking. And yeah, yes, these would be vaccine related issues.
Maybe.
Maybe, or I could. Well,
I will say, as part of the scientific news, what we have done. I'll quickly do that before we.
no, where's my
Before I forget.
where's my shirt?
We've loaded in the next animals for testing,
Right.
and in this instance, we won't be using vaccine, but just peptides. Same route,
Yeah.
and basically, the goal again is to try to get something approximating a measurable disease state, and we were unable to do anything with the hamsters that we did vaccine. Well, we saw something, but we couldn't. We saw changes with the route as well with the control animals, and so we've had to sort of work to refine that. We're getting ready to load peptides in. We're getting control data right now. If I switch to that and this, there we can see some activity. I'd pull the cameras up, but we've got, as you say, encryption we're working on. And so we're getting very, very clean control data this time, and hopefully before I jet away, we'll do an experimental session where we'll do high dose exposure straight into the vascular system and see what we can see. And hopefully by then the microtome will arrive and we'll be able to do the tissue processing histology and hopefully some nanopore as well. Start trying to I'm hoping we can leverage it to do epigenetic changes.
That would be amazing.
Yes, yeah, I think so. And it's a good, well, it's an interesting time to sort of step into that space.
Yeah, well, we'll definitely be talking more to Kevin McCairn, and maybe Doc might meet him in person. I already have. But,
I would very much like to. I will.
Because he would be able to help us to best utilize
the resources that we do have.
That's correct.
We're not the, well, we'll be newbies stepping into a lab developing, as a labs do, you bring in new techniques and what have you to test stuff, and it takes time. I wish we could have it all in place, but we've had weeks of just administrative delays, etc., and I hope that gets resolved this week. But yes, I will. Before I jet off, hopefully, if everything lines up, we get everything working, you'll see more experiments this week. So that's science, or what we're doing, out of the way. Right, I got to remember where we were. Put that back. Was there any more in this clip that we needed to extract out? I mean, we've got 4 dead athletes.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it.
And so that brings us to, I haven't watched this episode yet, but apparently J.D. Vance was on Joe Rogan, and J.D. Vance apparently is vaccine injured too.
Oh, yes. That was actually a very good conversation. And he not only said that he thinks he was injured by the vaccine, but that he agreed with Joe that much more. It ended up being like a 20 or 30-minute discussion. It's really good. So on the good side, Senator Vance does have some positive qualities going for him in this case. His willingness to talk about the vaccine, especially coming on Joe Rogan right after his boss. I don't know. That makes me feel a little more positive about what might happen in this administration, especially with RFK on the line, assuming they win, of course. But anyway, so yes, I highly encourage people to check it out.
Well, let's watch 5 minutes right now.
Well,
I haven't seen this.
Well, if you can find the timestamp, then yes.
So it's a 5-minute clip that Chief Ned has put on.
Okay, cool.
Twitter.
I'm just scared that the tentacles of the pharmaceutical industry are so deeply entrenched in politics and in media that you can't just shake them off. You can't just say, hey, you can't advertise on TV anymore, or hey, you no longer have exemption from responsibility from the side effects of certain drugs.
Yep.
Because that whole thing they pulled off with exemption of pharmaceutical companies being responsible for injuries from vaccines.
From the vax.
Weren't senators exempted from being
Yeah, they were
mandated?
Yeah, it was.
They didn't have to take it, right? Even though
Members of Congress were not mandated to take it.
But like your postal workers were.
Yeah, everybody else were.
Your army.
All federal workers were. That's correct. Yes.
Fucking assholes, man. There's just that 2-tier system, man. I was like,
well, and once again, while I was in the U.S. for those 5 weeks, in addition to meeting Lieutenant Colonel Murphy, I also met with the guy who led the lawsuit against the federal mandate, who was the CIA. He led a group of CIA officers, and he was put on leave without pay for 2 years because he was suing the federal government, and they won that case, and that's what halted the federal mandate. So I actually met with him.
Okay.
And
we're not allowed to know. Well, you are right. Fair.
What's that?
I want to maintain the allusion to, CIA contacts on the Rolodex.
Nah, fuck it. They were listening. I'm sure they were listening to our conversation while we were having it, so I don't care. All right. And he is a public profile, so.
Okay. Is that allowed for the CIA? Who's that dude we were watching? Brad likes him. What's his name? We were watching on. Yeah. He's supposedly head of the CIA, retired. Larry Johnson. So he's not CIA. He just sort of bandies that about as he was. Doing what? Like postal boy? I don't know. Analyst, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's got he has some interesting takes, I suppose. Yes. Who's the other guy that he's always with as well? He's always on that Judge Napolitano. Ray McGovern. That's it, Ray McGovern. Yeah. All right. Well, CIA contacts are as common as mock trials, so they're everywhere. Nothing.
Well, sorry.
But yes, Charles meets all the big hitters in the background. All right, so I want to listen to this. Let's get back to Palantir. Did you call him Palantir Vance, right?
Palantir Vance, yeah.
Was crazy.
It's crazy because you just empower these people that have lied forever. Yeah, it does still exist.
And it still exists, and that is totally insane. And I mean,
He's wearing makeup and eyeliner. Is he not? What's? Am I seeing things here? He's got eyeliner on.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm not an expert with makeup. I think I've heard
Prune a mile away.
I think I've heard that he does use eyeliner or something. I don't know.
Oh no.
I mean,
well, that would scratch my vote for him.
When I well, I already voted for them, so I guess I shouldn't have said that.
Well, you think you did. You don't know where that.
Well, that's a good point. I don't know if it's actually going to count in Virginia. I will say that even when I had makeup put on for the documentary, we didn't use eyeliner. So I'll just throw that out there.
What is it, like powder my cheeks a bit more?
They do it. I mean, yeah. Well, they do it because the lights they use are so fucking bright. They like.
Yeah, you get some top tier lab lighting like I have behind me. I'm just silhouetted.
I think some people would probably prefer you to have some makeup on, if we're being honest. But anyway, I digress.
St. Nicholas says he's not gay; he's reformed. Who's that other one that's Milo? Isn't he giving up the gay lifestyle?
Milo Yiannopoulos?
Yeah.
No, he converted to Christianity, and actually, I don't remember if he's still gay or not.
Yeah, he's stopped the sodomy, from what I heard.
I'm not an expert.
They've been on Joe Rogan. I'm detecting a common theme here.
Well, Rogan offered to have whatever her name is, Kamala Harris on,
Rabbit,
and she refused. They wanted it to only be 1 hour and to be at their location. She didn't want to sit in the studio and just have a free flowing conversation.
Oh no! Paul says in the chat, Panda Eyes, he's been abused by Trump.
Yeah. Oh. He's definitely Little Spoon.
Oh. I want to get that image out my head.
I don't want to haze him too much. He is a Marine, so
well,
like he's
definitely had Panda Eyes.
I'm trying to give a little bit of a
You
break.
teed it up. I couldn't help it.
I know.
All right, let's.
I
It's a long
took
clip.
I took the vax, and I haven't been boosted or anything, but the moment where I really started to get red pilled on the whole vax thing was the sickest that I've been in the last 15 years by far was when I took the vaccine. And I've had COVID at this point 5 times.
Oh, no
I
shit.
was in bed for 2 days. My heart was racing.
Yeah, but
I
COVID's
was
not
like,
real, so-
the fact that we're not even allowed to talk about that, even no like serious injury, but even the fact that we're not even allowed to talk about the fact that I was as sick as I've ever been for 2 days, and the worst COVID experience I had was like a sinus infection. I'm not really willing to trade that. And
No.
you don't even, everybody that I know, or a lot of people I know, they talk about the second shot that they got of the vaccine that made them really, really sick. Well, that's a side effect, and not
Yeah.
a side effect that we even talk about enough in this country.
No, it's also, again, we're talking
Joe
about
showing,
companies that have a long history of
He's got
lying
wage,
and
right?
being
But,
forced to pay criminal fines, and then we're giving
It's
them
greyed
this
out there.
exemption from being responsible for any of the side effects.
Hold on.
Yeah,
I'm
and who do you
behind.
think that
He just hasn't fully done the cue ball head shaving. But yeah, you can see the grey beard.
Well, he's 56, so
Well, I'm not far behind, and well, I was looking in the mirror the other day, and yeah, there's not much black hair left.
yeah.
I'm just glad I got some facial hair. It's all fell off my head onto my chin.
those big pharma companies donate to politically in 2024? I'll give you a big fat guess.
Probably Kamala Harris.
By a significant margin.
Well, particularly with RFK Jr. being attached to Trump.
Sure.
With RFK Jr. comes a lot of,
Yep.
there's a lot. There's a lot that you're going to have to handle there. But that's the question is are they so entrenched that it's impossible to these things that disturb us, the fact that they have exemption from any responsibility because of the vaccine, the fact that they have the ability to advertise on television, can those things be removed? Is that a possible thing?
I think it's a possible thing, but because I haven't actually done the work to figure out how many of my colleagues would sign on to this, I can't say whether it's like a certain thing or a likely thing or just something that we should be working on. Here's an interesting thought experiment. If there was one thing that we could do to rein in the pharmaceutical companies, like what would it be? Would it be liability on the vax stuff? Would it be advertising? My intuition is actually it might be the advertising on the healthcare stuff because that's the way in which they engulf the media into this whole scam.
That would be great.
But
the vaccine thing is important too because
I will look into it. That's what I'll say here because I would need to talk to people to see if this is even possible.
you have this.
Oh, that's really reassuring. Yeah, I'll have a chin wag with my mates down the bar. See if we can.
I didn't say it was the answer. I just said it was hopeful.
Wow. I don't know what to say. Not enough. Well, I don't know. I suppose if it had been RFK, you might have had something approximating a more targeted and aggressive.
Right, but he's going to be the VP, so it's not really as important what he thinks. If RFK is in there, I fully expect there to be some action.
Beanlord with the gif there. Check that raccoon gif in the chat. I love that one.
That is a good one.
Yeah.
Check out that Zelle QR code in there too. Yeah, just throwing it out there.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Can people click on that? Does that?
No. Well, they
Is that
can.
big enough?
That's what she said. Yeah, it's big enough.
All right.
It's big enough. Anyway, continuing on.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to watch this whole episode.
This thing that everybody speaks about in hushed tones. People know people that have been vaccinated.
Although I still haven't watched the Trump one. I've got about 50 minutes into it, and everything just shoots by so fast that you just don't have time to go back and. When will we trying to listen to it?
When you're driving Tokyo?
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes, people. You're hungry? Chips, yes. I think they're salt, no? Salty chips. Not much.
Enough salt.
Mm.
The giant bag right there.
Okay. You
Directly in
might
front of you.
have to think about getting food for the little scamps.
Ah, nah, they'll survive.
Mm.
We'll just have to listen to the crunching of their.
Yes. That's why I'd eat chips.
Yes, Bean Lord, I agree with your statement. Give Rixie all your money. Shower me in shekels.
Yeah, then spread it our way, sir. It's like
Yeah, there's the doc and there's the dick. There you go. And the blick. There you go.
what blick dicks.
The Holy Trinity.
Not allowed to say
The Holy
that,
Trinity.
dude. That's we're all one on that. There's an image I've got to keep out more.
Yeah, we got a bunch of raccoon mouths to feed right here, right now. So
Yeah.
please keep donating.
Seen injured,
Yeah.
and particularly people on the left, they're very reluctant to discuss it, even publicly.
Yeah.
I know people who are public people who have had serious vaccine side effects who do not want anyone to talk about it.
Absolutely.
They're scared of being labeled an anti-vaxxer.
I have a Senate colleague who doesn't want to talk about it, but worries that it's like permanently affected his sort of sense of balance and dizziness and vertigo. And yeah, it happens. I've talked to a number of people who think that they got vaccine injured. Some of them are public about it and some of them are not. But here's the thing. Like, I'm not even... You're probably more anti-pharma than I am. Like, there are certain
I'm
things...
pretty pro-pharma, too. I think
Well-
they make great drugs that help
Right.
people
Okay,
with
yeah,
all
yeah,
sorts
that's-
of
yeah, yeah.
conditions
Right.
and diabetes
Don't
medication
kill
and
us, Mama.
insulin.
And I mean,
tune it a
like the
little bit.
sickle cell stuff that's coming out now, we maybe have cured sickle cell disease in Black Americans because of a gene therapy. I read about it a couple weeks ago, actually, that the first experimental therapy, and it was hard for the kid who took it, but you had like an 11 or 12-year-old Black American just walk out of the hospital, and he's probably cured of sickle cell disease, right? That stuff is
Wow.
amazing.
Yeah, but the cancer he gets.
But I actually think that in some ways,
Yeah, but
what we should be encouraging these companies to do is that, right? We
Yes.
want them to develop the
Yes.
life-saving drugs. We don't
Exactly.
want them to get rich by shielding themselves from liability or working with Native American tribes so that they don't get sued. And I actually think there maybe even is a harmony
what?
between
Yeah,
those
yeah,
viewpoints because
How does that
if
work?
they had to
No,
get
positive.
rich by developing life.
So yeah, I'll explain. So apparently, one of the things that they did, I forget which company and what drug it was, but basically, they formed a partnership and like donated some money to a Native American group, and somehow that was another avenue to shield them from liability, as they were doing. It's discussed a little bit earlier in the Rogan episode.
Okay.
Um,
I'm not fully grasping how it.
yeah, you'd have to listen to it, but he explains it earlier in the episode.
So Walter says, how much dollars did Donald get after warp speed? I don't know. Look, man. Again, this is this stream of psychological operations, and the simple fact is that the vaccines were deployed under the Trump administration. Now, I guess the question becomes, like, how much does Trump understand about mRNA or pseudo-uridinated mRNA and lipid nanoparticles? Probably not that much.
Probably not.
And I think, what's clear is that there were multiple agencies, corporations working in tandem and in the background to pounce on this opportunity. And whether, there's an argument to be said about, maybe COVID was released to bring this technology more into mainstream rather than on the sort of fringes of cancer research and failed biologicals. But I don't know, man. It's a case of you can sort of pick your own adventure in these psychological operations. It's sort of like those old books. You sort of go to page 349 to pick what's next.
I think it's a good metaphor for it. Yeah.
And I don't have the answers in this very, very convoluted and I would say treacherous landscape. And that's again sort of saying to Charles, I'm conscious of sort of contributing to the mess right now till sort of post election, and when we can sort of we can sit back and maybe make predictions about what's going to happen. I mean, I do think it's a Trump win at this point. But then I don't know, dude. Like you're watching tailored information feeds that feed into your own confirmation biases, right? So maybe there's a whole internet out there where the Democrats are storming the beaches.
Well, I mean, if you go to left-leaning platforms, and yes, you'll see that Trump is a Nazi and that Harris is going to win. But the aggregated polling data, I use Real Clear Politics because they show all of the different polls that go into their average, and so you can go into each one and look at the data, and I trust them quite a bit. They've been pretty accurate over the years, and I've also looked at all the early voting data. And it's basically showing that everything is much better than it has been in the last two elections.
Hang on a minute, I just got to stop there. I've just noticed in the background, what the fuck? Spider-Man is now Blick? Yeah. What? How's that happen?
It's an alternate reality.
Oh, yeah, Spider-Woman just happens to be a blonde chick.
It's a multiverse. So, this is, there's multiple Spider-Men from different, and in every other universe, it doesn't end well. Yeah, it's complicated.
Yeah, it's complicated.
Yeah, but
the universe I woke in.
Yeah, it's more it's more DEI. Yes, that's correct.
Yes, big boy. Oh, you can't say that on stream, son.
Stop talking about Simon like that. Huh?
He'll
Anyway.
take his tax exemptions elsewhere.
Oh my God.
All right, I had no idea that was a thing. I'm sort of, it's bust my train of thinking right now.
Stop watching the big screen. We got the boys keeping them
Spider-Man
entertained.
is not Blick. He's white. And it always has been, and so's his girlfriend.
Hey, Peter Parker can be a black name. How dare you? How dare you, sir? But actually,
Tyrone Parker.
But his name isn't Peter Parker. It's something Morales.
Oh no!
So he's black and Hispanic.
Oh no!
He's a mix.
What have they done? Yes,
they've
mummy watching the stream. I don't know. I hope not.
Yes, what they've done. Yes, what they've done. Clearly, they've fixed Spider-Man. Is what they've done. Duh. It was wrong before. Oh yeah, that's right. His name is Miles Morales. So he's half black, half Hispanic. That's right.
Oh no! Right, switch it off. Not allowed. Put OG Spider-Man on, and I'm shaking to my core. My ticks will start.
Anyway, let's get back to whatever it was we were doing. Do you want to listen?
We're finishing out.
Yeah.
Palantir Advance.
Saving therapeutics, and that's the only way they could get rich, then they'd probably do more of that, right?
100%.
But again, that's where public policy comes in, and that's where, like, my job is to make sure that when the pharmaceutical companies get rich, they get rich by curing diseases, not by doing, like, weird psychotic things with Native American tribes.
And you can't have this argument that we need exemption from responsibility because otherwise we're not going to be able to profit off of these things. Like,
absolutely.
Well, that means you're making stuff that too many people are getting sick from, so they're fucking suing you.
Well, that's social.
Okay, very interesting. Again, I don't know how much has been sort of teed up as a narrative, and I'm just as confused as everyone else right now, Charles. I can't tell what's real, what's fabrication, what's pantomime, what's like red meat for a Trump base, a RFK base. And I said long time ago, right, that and why was that? It was in order to sidestep the responsibility or the criminal side of the fact that biowarfare agents will be used. What they will do for the American public is basically break off the vaccine space and then throw it to them, and you say to all those parents, yes, your kids got hurt, we suppressed it, yes, all these people got hurt with the rollout of countermeasures, and for sure people have been hurt. Our hamsters are fine, by the way, but I don't know. I just feel that there's an element to this that is not, or it's a bit curated for my tastes, right? My bleak spidey sense is tingling.
Wow.
And not his. No, I won't say that. Oh, he's not in the room right now. Well, no. I'm not bringing that image onto the screen or into people's minds. Let's see. Toxoplasmosis says weak immune systems let bacteria go wild in their systems. TB spreading more in USA than CV19. Probably have mRNA vax for TB. Maybe. Look, I think that's what there's a lot of pre-planning that went into sort of opening this space up, and I would look if they could make good therapies from it. And they could assure us that it's not contaminated with E. coli sludge. Maybe they are useful medicines in some instances. I don't think I want to be the person to say you shouldn't have access to a functional therapy that is a step up from previous generations. But then you can't mandate these interventions on people. That's where I would sit right now, and that I don't know, short of getting wrapped up ideologically into that maelstrom that is the US. What I don't even know what to call it, because it's not the political discussions we had growing up, right? Or, we had like 60 Minutes or parliamentary. No, what's the UK?
Prime Minister's Questions?
No, there's like a TV show. That's sort of where the public talks to Question Time, it's called in the UK, and the world has changed radically, and it just seems to be speeding up somewhat. All right. It's Toxoplasmosis was saying free cannabis and forkbeard. Yes, in the current environment, anyone who wants to come back on the Discord, they can come back. It's if they want to come back, I'm not gonna stop them. All right, so I hope I answered that. And see also opportunistic infections. No, I don't want any opportunistic infections, Nick. Keep it to yourselves. All right. Let's see. What did we have next? Oh, yes. It's stepping into the G. Edward Griffin space and Stu Peters. I might just take. Well, I'll let the intro play, and we can use that to sort of reorganize. And oh yes, I wanted to mention this. I put the link in the chat. Genevita has done a huge corpus of written work around signaling pathways, and public science for the public, where people have like dived in and done the legwork. I'm always happy to promote it. I do think he's worked hard, and I'll listen to him going, "Oh, I didn't know that," and yeah, that's pretty frightening. Yes, big boy. Yes, share. There's plenty. All right.
It's pronounced Gnöfter.
Gnöfter?
Gnöfterberger,
Okay.
which is annoyed citizen in German.
I pronounce it Genevita.
His previous iteration was called Annoyed Citizen, and so when he came back to Twitter, he did it in German.
Is he back on Twitter?
Well, now he's under NARF.
Even that got banned though, right?
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, I
then
think so. I don't think he's. Well, I see just calls for him to be coming back. Maybe I'm talking to him on Twitter. I don't even realise it. All right. So yes, as Zuckerberg was saying in the chat, stupid Peters. Now, look, I don't spare criticism with respect to Stu Peters. Again, I think it's a very. It was a sort of My Pillow boosted psychological operation around, particularly in the vaccine space, and he turbocharged the nonsense around hydras, nano demons,
Yeah.
and
Blood in the water. Fucking.
oh yeah, venom in the water.
Yeah, the
yes.
venom. Yeah.
Yeah, that was stupendous. And so, look, he's he's not without controversy, putting it mildly. And I've been, again, very, very critical of some of the approaches that he's taken. But I was watching, someone put this in the Discord earlier, and I was sort of watching it over breakfast. And I was like, holy shit, man. If the Overton window has moved in the US to where you're seeing G. Edward Griffin go on Stu Peters and, well, basically, neither of them are holding back with respect to, how should we say?
Does your button not work?
Me button? No, well, I don't know. No. Goddamn screen. I'll see if I can get that to. I think I'm going to have to press it a lot. Stream.
That's what she said.
All right. What happens if I do that? Wait for OBS. Yes? No. Yeah. I can I'll find it. All right. I'm just going to, I can use the intro for this as a sort of bathroom break, if you want to do the same. Not what's time in there, Charles, but...
I figured that part out on my own.
And then we'll give...
You know, in America, our entire political system, our entire society, our entire existence revolves around anti-white grievances and usury and the complete and total destruction of American culture and American morals. And of course, the white Christian people who turned this country into the most powerful nation in all of world history. Everything that is normal, everything that is functional, everything that people ever loved about America, all of it has been targeted for destruction. And the people behind all of this have been doing this for a very long time, using this very same playbook for decades, for over 100 years. Since the founding of the Federal Reserve in 1913, and even before that, the degradation and the breakdown of the United States of America have been kicked into high gear, becoming faster and more intense every single year, day after day, month after month, year after year, paving the way for a communist revolution and a total takeover of your country. And when they decided to make their move, the genocidal Jews behind all of this knew that they would never be able to seize control of America's economy and subjugate its people through the traditional methods of class warfare that they used in Europe or that they used in China. Because in America, you can become rich or just join the middle class overnight. Or at least you could previously. Because when all of this started a century ago, America was still the land of opportunity because the Federal Reserve hadn't printed us into financial oblivion yet.
So just touching on what we were talking about earlier, and again, this, I've obviously missed the first few minutes, but if I can remember it, like this, I don't know, high profile of a discussion about what, again, very deep and contentious issues of the American political landscape as a sort of outsider to that. I can't think of anything, Charles, sort of approaching this level of reach before with these sort of topics. It seemed to be very niche.
There's definitely been on alternative media. There's definitely been the rise of a lot of people in this, like Ryan, or I think the Tate brothers. I can't remember what that black dude's name is.
Black dude?
Yeah,
Simon.
No. There's a guy on Twitter he's got like 1 million followers, and he's conservative, and he's brought up a bunch of these things.
Mars Chong, he's Asian.
No. I can't remember his name. I'll think of it in a second. But you're absolutely right that there used to be no accepted place, and in terms of free speech, it's become
Well, it's definitely become something of a sort of touchstone at the moment. And look, for me, starting streaming 4 years ago, I didn't think we would be, what was definitely a sort of third rail when I was sort of starting.
it was an untouchable subject.
Yeah.
I mean, and the fact that Candace Owens and all these other people are now like
Talking about
pushing
wait for
open
it,
the door. Yeah.
Hang on, make it louder. Wait, is that working?
The Jew.
Yes.
The Jew.
Yes. There we go.
So yes, that there has been a rapid shift. I mean, I remember just like, well, yes, it's shocking. It's shocking to see the difference in just the 3 years since I started knowing you, because, well, I mean, you were talking about it long before everybody else.
Well, no, there were people who I would listen to, prior to that, and well, as part of the G. Edward Griffin rabbit hole, you go down, you go down, and you find out who the Bolsheviks were, and once you start sort of peeling that back, you're like, oh, okay, then I've received only a partial or very distorted understanding of the history, which you should be very cognizant of. And I don't know, like, what's the sort of, you watched, it wasn't that long ago, right, where they tried to sort of, well, you had that anti-BDS movement for a long time, right, and then them sort of trying to legislate against that. And basically they were trying to bring in hate speech laws, specifically around, wait for it.
The Jew.
And this was, well, as the protests in the universities were sort of taking off after October 7th. And I just wonder how much has been a sort of wake-up call in the US that sort of, I don't know, it is a sort of, well, First Amendment, right, and free speech. People take that seriously over in the US, I've noticed. And I just wonder if they've sort of wrapped themselves up a bit too much in it, that they've overplayed their hand right now.
Well, clearly, I would say the answer is yes, just based off of everything. But whether or not it goes to the next level, and by that I mean where literally anybody except for Thomas Massey in Congress is talking about it, because right now he's the only person that I know of that isn't a Muslim.
Right.
That's talking about
we
it.
Talked about Massey before, and I was like, oh, I didn't really know who he was, and I was like listening to him. I was like, oh shit, there is.
Yeah, he's legit. He's really intelligent. He's really pro freedom in all the right ways, and he refused to bow down to AIPAC, and
well,
yeah,
there is. Well, that's
and he publicly talked about how like AIPAC, every member of Congress has their AIPAC person.
right.
Like he said he publicly like laid it all out there and said, yes, I don't mess with these people, and they're pissed off at me, and they've spent X amount of money trying to get me kicked out of Congress, funding opponents, and they can't do it, and that pisses them off. But he I think he was one of, or the lone person in Congress. There may have been a couple others. And I think he was the only Republican for sure, that whenever there was a vote to equate anti-Semitism and Zionism as the same thing, he was the one person standing up and saying, no, that is a violation of free speech. That is wrong. Those are two completely separate things. And you can't conflate those two things, because then it leads to all sorts of logical inconsistencies. I mean, basically, then the Bible is banned, because in the Bible it literally says that.
Well, it's the Jews.
I mean, so Thomas Massey has been he's been the one member of Congress. He's also been one of the strongest members of Congress, especially in the House when it comes to COVID-related things. So,
And what was the?
and I've talked to his staff in his office. So,
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
How can I meet him? Let's just give him a salute.
Yeah.
Well played, sir.
he's a good guy. So,
Yeah. So, well, you know some, you know the good shit I've had, dude. I have to admit,
What can I
I'm
say?
biased, but
I've made friends.
Those friends aren't throwing enough donuts.
I was about to say, yeah, I'm hoping based on the results of this election, I can lean on those networks and finally
Yeah,
convert that into something.
You know, for
More
the information war.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, so this is, and obviously we're not going to be able to finish this in this stream. This will have to be a multi-part thing that we do here. But
Again, like it's the time and just everything's just moving so fast, and like to see this, well, when's the election? 48 hours from now.
it's 72 hours.
72.
Well, it's less than 72 hours from now.
Okay.
But no, I think like, so first of all, I'll take credit. I helped set up the stream today in the
Yes.
background doing this stuff. And as I was learning that, I made the title and I made the little graphic for it and everything, and was learning how to set it all up. So that way, while the doc is gone, I can help control those and we can keep streaming, even if like he can still like join in through Zoom or Skype or something. Anyway, I was doing that.
Got to crack that whip for us.
And we were trying to figure out what to stream about.
we got to integrate streaming as we're on different continents.
I mean, we've been doing it for a long time, so it's just different now that I'm in the driver's seat for a little while. But basically, the point is that Kevin wanted to talk about like the election is coming up, and if there's all this noise and stuff going on around the election, okay, but what's the real baseline? What's the signal that we actually need to be focusing on amidst this noise? And so I actually think that this is a good time to bring up this, because when it comes down to it, Fed monetary policy and fiscal policy play a massive role regardless of who's in the White House. And they can manipulate things to help or hurt presidents, and well, especially on a much larger scale, help or hurt the American people. Mostly hurt the American people for the benefit of moneyed interests. So I do think that amidst all the election noise, I do think this is an important topic to highlight.
Liminium was saying in the chat, we'll be doing an election stream. I think I'll be traveling on that day. But
Kevin will, but yeah, actually that would, maybe I should do that.
Yeah.
I actually, now you may not remember this, but when we first met and we were in Austin staying at the hotel, one of those nights, it was election night in the midterms 2 years ago.
Oh, okay.
And I did for about,
2 years.
I don't remember where you were, but for about 3 hours with Matthew Crawford, I was on him because he was doing an election night live stream. And I was on with Matt Crawford back before I became persona non grata for them. And later that week, actually.
We started talking too much about
The Jew.
and not enough about Mormon space aliens. That's
Hey,
his thing,
I used to be Mormon.
Really?
Yeah, for 3 years. That's a long story. We won't get into that right now. I can tell you stories.
Wait, did you have all those multiple wives and shit? Does that?
No, I didn't have multiple wives.
in Mexico.
Shockingly, it was a girl that led me to this.
Oh, okay.
Led me to this church. So anyway, that's a story for another day.
Yeah, I would.
I had a very short.
It's open.
I had a very short Mormon phase back when I was in college. So anyway,
Let's crack on before we get
yeah.
the Mormon rabbit hole. Or well, I want to hear about her rabbit hole, but
let me just say that I was motivated. She was She was very motivational.
Okay.
And
yeah. I wanna hear
and
all
getting
about
me to
it,
seek and getting me to seek the truth at her particular church. Yes.
Well, you got to drink wine from that.
She was.
I can't say that.
She was attractive. Yes. Anyway.
All right, on with the casual racism. Wait, I don't hear anything.
So instead of focusing on class warfare, the commies focused on racial warfare.
Oh, speed it up.
They have used the BlackRock and Vanguard and State Street, Rothschild Boulevard, Tel Aviv-funded media to turn blacks and other minorities into their Marxist foot soldiers and begin exploiting the demographic crisis that America is experiencing and has been since the very beginning. Our borders were opened wide up. And then, of course, to follow, new grievance groups were imported to help accelerate the process. And all of this is still happening to this very day. Just think about our southern border. Think of Hebrew DHS Secretary Alejandro the Jew Mayorkas flying diseased criminal aliens and trafficked children into airports all over this country. Think of the riots in Baltimore.
I was going to say that just it reminds me of a conversation with
Michael Young.
Yes.
Yeah.
Click man, he doesn't hold back over the dinner.
No, he does not. Oh man, that was a good dinner conversation right there.
hang on, yes, big boy. Hey, share them out. All right. Sorry about that.
The riots in Ferguson. Or the riots right here in Minneapolis. That, of course, led to the Summer of Love, over $12 billion in damage inflicted on this country over a 3-month period in the name of a home-invading, career criminal, parasitic thug called George Floyd. What?
That Nick.
Wow, that's a... Stu is really not holding back.
No,
Wow.
no. I wanted to say, is he into the Colombian marching powders, do you think? Is he just taking toots before... Something.
I would say methamphetamine.
Maybe, yeah.
What did all of those riots, though, have in common? They were all run by communist Jews and Jewish-owned politicians who were calling the shots on behalf of their black minions and whatever white trash freak show they could scrounge up. This has been going on for a very long time. And the most extraordinary, the most remarkable thing about all of this is we know exactly who it is that's behind all of this. It's not a mystery. It's not a guessing game. It's not some kind of a brain buster.
Look at that peaceful riot.
Yeah.
Jews. Mostly
just stop it right there. But that was what accelerated the spread of COVID as well. What was supposed to be a sort of lockdown, and then you had
That's correct.
Again, you had that 2-tier.
I actually made a graphic, and I think we talked about it before. It's been a couple of years now, but I made a graphic where I crunched the data and actually showed that there was a temporal correlation between the start of the second wave, and it was happening in the states where the riots had taken place, where the peaceful protests had taken place. So it was the cause of the summer wave in the summer of 2020. The George Floyd protests played a massive role in that. It shaped the entire demographics. So you ended up with younger kids spreading it, or with younger people spreading it to the aged, rather than the aged spreading it to younger, like it was in the first wave. There was a demographic shift, and along with the temporal correlation, it's obvious that those protests played a massive role in that.
Yeah, and it was just the sort of juxtaposition and disconnect around what was sort of just being pumped out, well, through media sources, right? So normal people just fucking had to lock down and go poor whilst,
That's correct. They literally put shop owners in jails, and while they were for being open during COVID, and then while they were open, or while they were in jail, there were riots that burned down their establishments.
And
because of these protesters that were allowed to peacefully protest.
And the arsonists didn't go to jail.
That's correct. You cannot make this shit up. That's how crazy it is.
Yeah.
I digress. Yeah.
Shades of the lead up to the Bolshevik Revolution again, and I don't know that I'm trying to remember the text. It was I want to say it was like Prussian, who was sort of walking around. It might have been what is St. Petersburg. as the time, and he was like, "Oh, the middle class was still sort of going to like cinemas and everything, whilst there was this sort of like groundswell of just this society breaking down." And I don't know if are we seeing that being played out in the US right now? Is that the sort of end game as they bring in their communitarian techno-fascist wet dreams and lock us all down?
Well, it's funny that you mentioned techno-fascist wet dream, because Jamie Metzel just posted. Jamie Metzel just posted. What we're witnessing from Donald Trump is far from normal. It is unhinged and dangerous. I'm not saying that Kamala Harris is the perfect candidate. No one is. I also wish Joe Biden would have announced 1 year ago that he was not seeking re-election so he could have had a proper primary. Blah, 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 blah. Basically, Trump is Hitler from the techno-fascist Jamie Metzel. So,
Gene transfect me harder, Jamie.
Yeah, Gene tried to protect me harder, yeah. Anyway, I digress.
Book he wrote?
What's that?
Something Darwin. Like he wrote a book just about this bright future that we had with being
Hacking Darwin.
Hacking Darwin.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Is he
The Jew.
But just gay? He's just gay, right?
I think he's just gay. He has a hot wife, actually, but
What?
I don't know if it's just for show, but
It's gay.
he does seem pretty gay.
Who sit atop the biggest, most anti-human levers of power in the world, and in the United States of America, they have completely occupied this country. They have seized complete and total control of our financial system. They turned a system backed by gold into a system backed by credit and usury. And in the process, they turned white Americans into targets.
Mr.
G.
Trick
Edward
there,
Griffin
debt slaves,
wonderfully
they're
explained all of this in a video clip that he filmed back in the 1960s. He was right then. And he's still right now. A timeless video. Take a
As
look.
early as 1928, the communists declared that the racial differences among our people constituted the weakest and most vulnerable point in our social fabric. By constantly probing and straining at this one spot, they calculated that eventually the cloth could be torn apart, and that Americans could be divided, weakened, and perhaps even set against each other in open
Usury
combat.
me harder.
We mustn't kid ourselves into thinking that the communists have placed their agitators only...
I don't think it could get much harder. Or, as you say, well, they say just tighten the screws, right? Or squeeze till the pips pop, but...
Usury me harder, Shmooly.
Well, you know, you could talk about the eschatology and how they're promised slaves, and well, are they just debt slaves feeding into their credit systems?
There may be some truth to that.
Yeah, something to meditate on.
into the black communities. They're working both sides of the street. They want hatred, violence, and bloodshed between the races, and they don't care how they get it or whom they use, even children if necessary.
You know, America's racial problems, they've all been astroturf. Non-whites have been turned against the white people who let them into their country by a bunch of opportunistic communists that are run by Jews. And of course, the entire time, these communists have been instructed to call everyone who doesn't go along with their program a Nazi or an anti-Semite or whatever other buzzword they can throw at them to turn off the general public, to make them untouchable. Just like this network, losing sponsors left and right for promising the release of Occupied, which exposes all of this. It's right out in plain sight for everyone to see, and Griffin explained all of this back in the 1960s as well. Watch.
In 1943, the following directive was issued from party headquarters to all communists in the United States. It read, when certain obstructionists become too irritating, label them after suitable buildups as fascist or Nazi or anti-Semitic, and use the prestige of anti-fascist and tolerant organizations to discredit them.
Wait. More things changed from what I stayed saying recently.
1943.
Man, he's fucking old.
Well, this is from the 60s, but...
Oh, okay.
But yeah, he's old.
The public mind constantly associate those who oppose us with those names which already have a bad smell. The association will, after enough repetition, become fact in the public mind.
So for at least 60 years, there have been Americans out there, real Americans, who are willing to stand up and to push back against the Judeo-Bolshevik takeover of this country, and who have gone to great lengths and taken great personal risks to expose the truth.
Holy shit.
G. Edward Griffin, as you can likely tell, is one of these men. And those video clips are just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to G. Edwards' body of work, which also includes the world-famous interview that he did with KGB director Yuri Bezmenov, which publicly confirmed there is a centralized communistic plan to use cultural Marxism, along with other disgusting methods, to completely destroy the United States. That's not being hyperbolic. G. Edward Griffin also wrote one of the best-selling truth-telling books of all time, in which he exposed the true origin.
Do you know those Yuri Bezmenov clips?
No.
They're full on, and how much, how active are they relative to the Soviet? I mean, I consider sort of Soviets died in Russia, but like, did they sort of spread, and are they still are they actively maintained as sort of core principles around international Judeo-Bolshevism? What did he call it? International Judeo-Bolshevism? Something
Yeah,
like that.
Judeo-Bolshevism. Yeah.
But yeah, they're worth sort of just going through, and if we can sort of squeeze that stream out, just sitting there and looking at that, as there are lessons from the past just about how much the social space is weaponized now, and has been for a long time.
Origins of the Federal Reserve. That book, which everyone in this country should be required to read, is called The Creature from Jekyll Island. J. Edward Griffin has been in this game for a very long time, and he hasn't stopped yet. It's an honor to have him on the show right now. He joins us. J. Edward Griffin, thank you so much for making the time to be with us. We really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Stu. That was a tremendous build-up to this interview. I really appreciate it. I have been around for a long time. That's part is definitely true. But I'm not much different than thousands and thousands of Americans back in the day, back in the 1960s, when I caught fire to all of this. But for some reason, they didn't have the power, the staying power to stay in the game or in the fight, so to speak. And it's a miracle that I'm still here. Of course, I just grew to be old. I'm 93 in a couple of days. And I didn't expect I would get, when I was your age, I thought, well, 65 is a long way away. I'm not going to worry about that. But here I am, and still in the battle for some reason. So I think I was probably intended to be here for that reason.
Yeah.
But anyway, there were a lot of people who
birthday,
knew
go
this,
ahead.
but our opposition knew how to handle us. And they've written manuals on it, because now this is part of perhaps the background that you might, or your listeners might find interesting, is that back in the 1960s, when I first caught fire onto all of these issues, I became very curious about communists and communism and all that sort of thing, because in those days we were, as a nation, we were concerned, deeply concerned about the rise and spread of communism around the world. They'd taken over Russia, they'd taken over China, they were even on our doorstep with Cuba, they were active all over in South America and Asia and Africa. So naturally, the spread of communism was very much in the news, and whatever's in the news, of course, is in the minds of the American people. So we were all budding anti-communists. And in that stage, I decided to, because I was curious what these people really believed. So I was working for a large corporation at the time, and I went down to the communist bookstore down in Larchmont Street in Los Angeles, where I lived and was working. And I hung out with the comrades a little bit, and that's where I got all those documents that you saw me reading in those films. I bought them and read them, and I got them from the communist bookstore, the People's Bookshop. And that made me a little bit different, because most people just depended on their news sources to have their opinions and on their whatever books they might read. Whereas I went down to the beast of the belly, or thought I did, and I hung out with the comrades and enrolled in their classes and their discussion groups. They were really recruiting groups at the time. They hoped to pull me into the party. But I was interested, not the way they thought I was interested, but because I was curious as to what motivated these people to adopt an ideology and a strategy to promote that ideology in such a way that it always destroyed everything of value. Couldn't they see the result of communism as it already had developed in places around the world, all of the mass murders and the suffering and the lies and the deceit and the loss of freedom and privacy and all these things? Couldn't they see what the results were? So I was curious, and I found out that when I got there, these people that were staffing the bookstore had all these books, but they hadn't read them. I read them, and I bought the things they recommended. You start off with Das Kapital and Communist Manifesto by Marx, but then you advance on to the collected works of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, and that's where you really get into the good stuff, and you go on. Well, the reason I'm mentioning this is because we were concerned about communism, and I was not so concerned about what communists believed. It's just what did they do, and what were their strategies, their tactics, their slogans, and things like that.
I mean,
it wasn't
for
until later
93,
that I
he
really
looks
curious about
razor
the
sharp,
substance
man.
of their ideology. And believe it or not,
That
I'm
ain't
getting
no
to
Joe
the
Biden
answer
there, bro.
to the big question about what we're talking about today. Who are these people? What do they believe in? Why are they so successful, and why are we so stupid? It's all because we're now in an idea war, and like we've never been in an idea war before, and it's through ideas that we're losing our freedoms. So I discovered, then I got curious about the opposition. As I was told, the opposition to communism was fascism or Nazism, right? You got the extreme left and you got the extreme right. So if you want to be opposed to communism, as everybody did in my circle of friends and so forth, everybody hated communism. We dreaded communism. So what's the opposite? We were told it was fascism. or Nazism. So I went and I got a copy of Mein Kampf from Adolf Hitler, and I read it, and that's where the real enlightening began, Stu, because I realized that everything I was reading in the communist literature was exactly the same as what the Nazis and the fascists were putting out in their literature, and the only difference is that they opposed each other, not on the basis of what they believed, because they believed the same, point by point.
That's very
but
true.
they opposed each other because they were competing for dominance, for territory.
At least the
They
National
wanted to be the top
Socialists
dog in this new world
calling
order,
that Roman
collectivism that they were
salute.
building. And for the first time, I began to hear about this word
That's pretty
collectivism,
based.
and it finally dawned on me, and this is where I'm heading with this.
It's got
is that
historical
all of these
precedent.
people, whether Nazis, fascists, communists, white, black, Catholics, Jews, you mentioned that, and all these groups, the Masons, all these groups, they're trying to separate us on all these things. The only ones that we worry about are collectivists. That's the real word, what they believe in. Their ideology is the same. You can put labels on them, and you can say, for example, well, all males. And look at who are the ones that are ruining the world? They're males, aren't they? Mostly. They're 99% men. So therefore, men are the problem. We refer to men as the enemy. Or, well, maybe they're all Democrats. Oh, the Democrats, they're the ones. But when we get looking at individuals, and individualism is the opposite of collectivism, if we don't look at society and politics in terms of groups, group identity, we start looking at individuals within groups, then we're on the road, I think, to understanding how to beat the enemy. Because I'm an advocate, as you already might have guessed, of this thing called individualism as opposed to collectivism. I don't think we...
I want to stop it there because the kids are hungry and should probably run them back, at least get lunch. But it's, like there's something, again, that I talk about, and if I was to pick up, I don't know, sort of, not criticisms, but I would try to point people to the evolution of the language. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, as I went to the US and I sort of started to really wrap my head around about how one of the Western corpus, even sort of going back to the Magna Carta, etc., as the sovereignty of the individual has been a sort of, I don't know, a target that we aim for, and there's been sort of peaks where we've sort of got close to it. And I do believe that the sort of writing of the founding documents in the United States is a sort of as close as we've got in with somewhat modern language of being able to explain the importance of that individual sovereignty. And but what he talks about is it's an older type argument where he's talking about collectivism, and that essentially is morphed into communitarianism. And communitarianism, I think, as an emergent concept, sort of the end of the 20th century, rolling into this one, I think it's failing right now to fully encapsulate the threat that even though he's describing the same threat, he's doing it through the lens of, unfortunately, a 93-year-old man. We need a 40-year-old G. Edward Griffin who can sort of peel apart this dialectic and is able to encapsulate these very, very complex social dynamics that are being, not social dynamics, of weaponized ideologies that are being rolled out and what it means. And I would leave on this point, which is I'm not sure how to describe that step off from communitarianism into this very, very tech-driven, fueled, emergent ideologies that everyone is struggling to wrap their minds around the technologies that are being used in this current time and where they literally step off into in the next, I don't know, it's a year, 5 years, 10 years. And we need to have the discussion and we need to be frank about it, and look at causal driving factors. And if the OG collectivists are those Hebrews and their kibbutz. So I'd leave on that point, and we've got to sort of wrap up, Charles. So I don't know if you want to add anything to that, and we'll try and sort of, because there's so much here to sort of pick out. Do you anything stand out there for you?
No, I mean, I think that's a good foundation for. I think this is a discussion that will continue. So
we should get Lark.
Yeah,
and he can sketch in much of that sort of late late 20th century, the post 60s morphing of these ideologies, the Bolshevism, and you know, what again, that sort of tension that exists right now. And I would just say it's sad almost that most people lack the analytic. Well, you can't say that in this day and age because it's just moving so fast. But the basics, almost it almost need like a new civics class or course to be able to just start formulating the language that you need and the cognitive representations that they should imbue. And yeah, that's where I'd leave it. I'll just check the chat real quick. Where is that? Discord and Rumble. Let's see. Lim says super sharp. He needs to be studied. Yes. Hitler believed the same. Spot on. Communism equals fascism. Trump and Harris, two sides of the same coin. Well, that's a point that he gets to in this stream, and I think we should think about that, because essentially when you're, and it's why I'm always leery of groups, even sort of small ones. I've been like, there's a sort of gut reflex I have where I'm like, oh, I don't want to step into that. But yeah, how much by engaging in the political process right now are you fueling collectivism, communitarianism, whatever, and communitarianism 2.0 or 3.0, whichever iteration you want to put on them. Let's see. Behind it all, at the root are the British who made a deal with the Jews. The empire never disappeared. It shapeshifted. Yeah, I do think that, but I'm not so sure you can just lay the blame. Yeah, they're lame. The blame just at the British. It's Dutch. And wherever. Of course, we should tip our hat to Simon and the Swiss, those pharaonic Swiss bankers, and all their symbolism everywhere, and their hold up in the high Alps. Let's see. Get 'em EMJ. Yeah, I should try and reach out to E. Michael Jones, but I'm just slammed time wise, and we've got lots to do. Historicism is the key to understand how we got here. Yes, yeah, I think you need that analysis. You do need the history, and that I pass that to Charles. He's the historian.
Officially, yep. No, so yes, and the problem is that there's a whole hagiography, I guess, if you will, built up around certain ideas that inside historiography, so the study of history, has been completely, over the last century, it was one of the first academic disciplines to fall to this leftist stupidity. And so understand that the academic tradition that I had to go through, thankfully I already had my own core beliefs before I went through it, but there's just as much
Mormonism. and that rabbit hole there.
There's just as much insanity and stupidity and attempts to rewrite history going on in history itself as there is in all these other disciplines. So, yes, a reformation of civics is desperately needed. That's why
the Edward Griffin should write the.
Yeah, I mean that's why when I was homeschooling my son, we did an entire course just on the Constitution. So, in fact, that was exactly 2 years ago, and just before, or no, that was 2020. So that was 4 years ago.
Time flies, sir.
God, man, time does fly. But anyway, speaking of time, we do have to go. So we have many things to do. Not much time to do it.
All the where was it? I can't find my Discord server. There we go. Live stream chat. Ask Simon to give me his contact number for his card. Yes, I will do that. Okay. All right. Yes. Again, there's an amnesty for anyone that got banned from the Discord. You're welcome back for election season. Let's see. This is hands down the funniest shit in the entire. I don't know what that is. All right. Let's see. 22 million new illegal mouse to feed. So they turn apartment complexes into compounds, drive semis, track traders into adjacent neighborhoods with SWAT teams to eliminate enslaved locals. Is that? I don't know about. Is that really happening? I heard the stuff about Colorado. Let's see. Come on, call them out. The old cuck is hiding behind sloganism of communism, collectivism. They say what they are. Well, they're pretty full on in this episode, QWERTY, of saying your favourite.
The Jew.
It's not that complicated. The one what you have, whatever means necessary. As the tools evolve, their techniques are more obscured, but the end game is the same. You will have nothing, very probably. Collectivists deny the need for the spirit and soul of the individual. Not good for people to exist within, especially under Bolshevik tyrants. Well, I would just say be careful of common good, ethical injunctions over what you should be, what you see as right. That's where I would sort of sit. Cooper says, I don't subscribe this allergy for collectivism from people that are against European way of life. Keck. Well, that's a complex subject. Maybe we can delve into it. Rymans don't exist. Spread. Shout out to More Damn Beans for that one. All right, and let's just see if I can do this and log in here.
Romans can't spread.
Is it working? I just want to say it. For those that donate in Rumble, thank you very much. And today I want to say just More Damn Beans. The rest of you, hang your heads in shame for what was a fire stream.
I did receive a couple.
Oh, okay, nice. Send them my way. You've got to feed yourself. Right. Yes, we're out of here. And I will just do this, the outro. Take care, folks. God bless. And try not to let the hysteria take you of the coming, what'd you say, 72 hours, right?
Yep.
All right. Laters.
are free. But I warn you, if you make any further inquiries, or if you say a single word to anyone about what you have seen, there will be the most dire consequences for you and your family. Do you understand? You are free. But I warn you, if you make any further inquiries, or if you say a single word to anyone about what you have seen, there will be the most dire consequences for you and your family. Do you understand? You are free. But I warn you, if you make any further inquiries, or if you say a single word to anyone about what you have seen, there will be the most dire consequences for you and your family. Do you understand?
Yes, it's me,
You are free. But I warn you, if you make any further inquiries, or if you say a single word to anyone about what you have seen, there will be the most dire consequences for you and your family. Do you understand? If you make any further inquiries, or if you say a single word to anyone about what you have seen, there will be the most dire consequences for you and your family. Do you understand? you are free. But I warn you, if you make any further inquiries, or if you say a single word to anyone about what you have seen, there will be the most dire consequences for you and your family. Do you understand? You are free. But I warn you, if you make any further inquiries, or if you say a single word to anyone about what you have seen, there will be the most dire consequences for you and your family. Do you understand?
Yes,
I warn you. If you make any further inquiries, or if you say a single word to anyone about what you have seen, there will be the most dire consequences for you and your family. Do you understand? You are free. But I warn you, if you make any further inquiries, or if you say a single word to anyone about what you have seen, there will be the most dire consequences for you and your family. Do you understand?
Sich die Schuld nur lassen.
if you make any further inquiries, or if you say a single word to anyone about what you have seen, there will be the most dire consequences for you and your family. Do you understand? But I warn you, if you make any further inquiries, or if you say a single word to anyone about what you have seen, there will be the most dire consequences for you and your family. Do you understand? are free. But I warn you, if you make any further inquiries, or if you say a single word to anyone about what you have seen, there will be the most dire consequences for you and your family. Do you understand? You are free. But I warn you, if you make any further inquiries, or if you say a single word to anyone about what you have seen, there will be the most dire consequences for you and your family. Do you understand? But I warn you, if you make any further inquiries, or if you say a single word to anyone about what you have seen, there will be the most dire consequences for you and your family. Do you understand? You are free. But I warn you, if you make any further inquiries, or if you say a single word to anyone about what you have seen, there will be the most dire consequences for you and your family. Do you understand? You are free. But I warn you, if you make any further inquiries, or if you say a single word to anyone about what you have seen, there will be the most dire consequences for you and your family. Do you understand? You are free. But I warn you, if you make any further inquiries, or if you say a single word to anyone about what you have seen, there will be the most dire consequences for you and your family. Do you understand? You are free. But I warn you, if you make any further inquiries, or if you say a single word to anyone about what you have seen, there will be the most dire consequences for you and your family. Do you understand?